Hello. It is time. I should probably get a plan. Uh I kind of just want to test something right now, which is to turn off the position constraints and see if that brings an improvement to my predictions. Because they're way off. They're just so way off, it's kind of absurd. It's like the exact opposite of what I want to happen is happening. Except on the femur. The femur is pretty close. Well, I say the femur's pretty close. It's actually that the femur's close, except it just seems to rotate the wrong way. The velocity comes back. I think the velocity was coming back roughly how I said it, but then it would come back at a worse angle, which was odd. That was coming back as a worse angle. So I suppose I immediately have a... I could work on setting up a debug to display the angles, essentially all the readings frame to frame. So I can show the actual angle and joint velocity and show my prediction for the angle and joint velocity, as well as my desired motor velocity, and show so I can visually see what's happening frame to frame. I could just kind of overlap all joints and see what happens, or just turn on one joint. Or I guess, yeah, probably just have like 3 joints and overlap them all, or just have them on different readings. That could be helpful. I'm gonna keep, but I still want to go back to consider what am I trying to accomplish here. I'm trying to get the legs to match some animation. That's ultimately what I want them to do. A very lazy way of doing this is by using, maybe just skipping the motors and going in and setting velocities myself. Or um, or I suppose figuring out some way to make it so that I have my input, so this would be my input, and somehow have a PID for that, where maybe my input is the a good estimate. I mean, that's kind of what I try to do, right? I try to make a good estimation of, well, I don't know. It's a bit, it is a little bit different, where essentially I use this to produce results and I simulate those results and then I feed them back in to iterate again. Which in my mind, that should give me, this should be giving me something. Even in that case, I could probably keep what I have and run some, just try some things out, like getting rid of the position constraint, getting rid of just that entire section of code. But then, even so, something kind of happens. Something kind of happens with, I almost wonder if I could set up some kind of way to have the motor joint effectively attaching the main body directly to all three pieces. So that motor, when it moves, when it sets a velocity, it's actually treating the entire leg as if it was one body together. So it would apply an angular velocity to the entire leg at once. Because it seems like that might just be really difficult to get movement to happen, because it sort of applies, when the motor runs, it runs last in the set. And what it does is it applies a huge angular velocity to the femur, a very small amount to the body, which in this case is fine. So most of it goes into the femur. And then it loops again. And what happens is it gets to the tibia motor joint, and it says, okay, we have a huge disparity between our angular velocities, so let's match that. And essentially, the femur loses almost all of that angular velocity, and the tibia gets a small bit of the angular velocity. Like, it's probably split where it's like 25, 75%, something like that would be my guess. Or maybe even less than that. And then the beam joint, actually in this case the beam joint doesn't connect to the femur. So never mind. But then we iterate again, and it goes through, and the tarsus joint comes in and says, hey, we have a huge disparity between, not a huge disparity, a small disparity between the tibia and the tarsus now, so let's correct for that. So it corrects it. And now a very large angular velocity applied to the femur results in a very, very small angular velocity to the tibia and then an even smaller amount to the tarsus. So it's kind of like, you know, simulation wise, it can't really do anything. A lot more iterations would really help, but at least in my mind, it seems like things would go a lot smoother if that motor joint could just say, oh, I see who I'm connected to. I have 3 bodies on my list. So I determine the effective mass, the whatever the matrix, whatever the matrix is for the inertia of all 3 bodies combined. And then that's the mass that we move. So it applies equally, well, not equally, but oh, well, yeah. It calculates the effective mass between all of them. So they should all share some proportion. And that kind of happens in one step. So what would normally take going up the chain, first iteration, tibia gets nothing. Second iteration, tibia gets a little bit, and it pretty much takes everything away from the femur. And then the femur adds a lot. And then the second time that tarsus comes in, takes a little bit from the tibia. Tibia takes pretty much everything from the femur, and then the femur does again. So it's sort of like there's this like 2 iteration delay before the tarsus even sees anything come in. And the majority of that motion is kind of just left over back in the femur, because on the very last iteration, the femur comes in, does its big angular change, and the tibia and the tarsus don't see any of that. And plus, even at small angles, there's a small velocity, so it uses a small velocity, and pretty much all of it is just, it's wasted, really. I can give it a ton of torque, but it's gonna be like, oh yeah, let's do a little bit. And then it'll keep building up torque and do that like 16 times, but that's just not enough to pass it all through. It would be nice though if every iteration I could say, you know, use the torque as applying to all 3 bodies at once. Okay. I think I want to make a readout. I want to make a debug UI element that can show a graph. Debug draw. Oh, technically this does draw 2D. Interesting. Well, I mean, it only takes 3D coordinates and 3-dimensional shapes, but then draws them in 2D. does this even work? This seems like... This seems pretty simple. Clamps segment from 3D to 2D. Oh, okay, yeah. Unproject. Okay. There's got to be a projection. I mean, I guess I can just make like a control element or something like that to draw a graph. Then how can I access that graph to draw it? I suppose I like to keep it the same sort of idea where I just say, hey, class, draw something for me. Use this ID. Right? And then if it's a 0 ID, then it returns a new ID. And then I save that. So it's like I don't have to have a direct... I don't have to know. I don't have to add... Or maybe, I guess I probably would have to add somewhere some kind of control element. Maybe I say like create graph and I tell it a screen position or like a screen anchor. I want to do this. It would be nice to just say draw graph. But then how would I define like size and stuff? It would be nice if it was a resource, so then I could change it at runtime. That would be nice. So I have some sort of resource variable that I can change. I would like as little need to mess with the UI as possible. But I suppose there's some requirement there where I have to say, even for a graph, I'd have to say, here's the graph ID, add a point, or create a... Okay, let me say this. Let me say it's a chart. So a chart is just the box on the screen. And a graph is a set of points, the set of data, that the data set that has I guess probably just like a color. And probably the axis scale, perhaps. So I say, whenever you draw a point, here's the value that represents 0, or the bottom of the graph. Here's the value that represents the top of the graph. Anything outside those boundaries will just leave the graph and not be displayed. That way I can layer 2 graphs on the same chart, and set their axes to be scale equivalent. Or I could just say the chart should be use the same scale for all graphs. So if one graph is like 0 to 1 and one graph is like 0 to 100, you're going to see the 0 to 100 just dominate the graph or dominate the chart, and then you would just have the 0 to 1 just kind of not even being visible. I could have everything scale, so the maximum value is always the top, plus maybe some value. I mean, I don't know, how much do I need? Or maybe I don't do it at all. Maybe instead I just have a graph be one data set. I give axis bounds, so I can either say, here's your min and max, or do an automatic min and max. Or maybe I don't even do automatic. Maybe I just manage that myself. So I would just say, nah, I think it makes sense to say, like, hey, if I want to manage it, I can update the min and max whenever I want, but if I don't want to manage it, then just use the automatic. Use some default automatic scale. And then what I would do is I would just position the chart so that they sit on top of each other. I would set the same size and the same position on the screen. Which that part is still kind of, I don't really know. UI. Yeah, the issue here is I just don't know how to set up the UI. Don't know how I want to do that. I would rather not have to go to the scene and like add a canvas layer or something like that. And then add a node and figure out how to make it so that this node is accessible from some constant, in some constant way. I suppose it's not an issue to just do find children with a certain type and then grab that type and like mark that as some as like a host box. But I suppose I could make it a grid container. I imagine seeing it as just like, because I want to have a graph for each motor, for each joint on the first leg, so it'll just be 1, 2, 3. And I'll just have them like as a graphs in a line along the bottom. And each graph would have a line for the desired motor velocity, the estimated joint velocity, the estimated angle, and then the incoming angle and joint velocity after the simulation. So it'll be five lines. The incoming angle and estimated angle will just be probably like a min and max of both. So both charts will share the same min and max, so they should be scaled the same. The desired motor velocity, joint velocity, estimated will probably be the same thing. Those will share the same scale as well. The thing is, all 5 of those lines will be overlaid on a single graph. I guess I can figure that part out later. I want to organize that. But I think I definitely want to make this a different script because there's going to be a lot of code here for drawing this. And this one that I have right now is mostly for drawing a sphere, drawing a circle, drawing a line, all of that. Drawing text. So like really basic primitive stuff. This is going to be something quite a bit more. Node 2D. I have to see exactly what I'm doing here. Because there's no 2D. Canvas item is control, and that these have the virtual draw. In fact, all of the draw. Oh wow. It's actually all the draw. So what does 2D give me that it doesn't have positioning stuff. That's what this is. Control has positioning things. Node 2D has 2D positioning things. So I probably want to do control. This question I mean, I can just make a control and then I can figure more out later. So I'll just say control. I don't want to give it a class name. I think what I want to do is, whoops, save it. This is the singleton that I interact with, which has the functions on it. So I think what I want to do is I want to have a I mean, this is still like a level like how to interact with it. So kind of my thinking is in code somewhere I say debug draw dot graph, and it would be like, or dot chart or whatever, and it would be like this. Debug graph dot chart dot new is what would be written. And eventually it would like actually figure out what this is. Like, I guess I could just do this now. Reload project to get that to load. Interesting. I'm a little bit confused. I wish it would just tell me what this was, because I know what this is. Odd. Hello, Polymera 31. SSGD script. But it is a control. Wait, does it know? Hang on. Oh, it does know. Okay. It knows. Alright, I'm good. Do you use Arch Linux? Yes. I do. I don't remember how. Controllers. I'm just gonna close all. I think what I don't know, I'm still getting stuck on display. Let me just make some basic stuff. In trouble accessing the AR both for installing and through the website. Do you know anything about it? Nope. I mean, I can try to open it. It loads for me. I am not a Linux debugger, by the way. So, I am not tech support. I've had quite a few people come in looking for tech support. I know that I'll have like, I want to say scale, but like I can't just write scale because scale is obviously a taken name. I guess I can do chart. I don't exactly know how I want to do the x-axis. I know the y-axis. I think I'm just gonna set a min and max, or well, yeah, I'll just have a min and max. And then the x-axis, though, I guess I should have the same thing. So it's back to normal before it's giving me 502. Weird. Chart. Chart. I'll say chart bounds. And I'll make it a vector 4. And maybe I could have like a signal value where -1 means automatic. Or just a 0 or negative value means automatic. No, 0 shouldn't be. No, because what if the chart... Yeah, okay, so that doesn't work. Because negative could be a legitimate option. I could say infinity represents automatic. I guess that works. Infinity. Thanks for following. All power 31. It's that I'm from Portugal and my friends were also having the same problem. I mean, it could be anything. Well, I mean, I say it could be anything. It's 502, which probably just means their proxy was off for a moment. Chart bounds. What else would I need? I was going to say I need a color, but you know what? I know that each chart can have multiple data sets, so probably what I want then is just to have some sort of... I can make that a resource. So that could be like... It would contain that individual, the actual data points. It would contain... I'm thinking about too much stuff. I was thinking for a second, like, okay, well, what if I want to save it? I don't really think I want to save it. I need to split it no matter what, so I'll just write this. So this will be chart. I guess they're typically called a series. Now I'm allowed to use scale. And I deleted that comment that I wrote. That was actually not too bad. And then I would just have data, which is, I guess it's a packed vector 2 array. I just want to know if it was happening to other people. Yeah. There's a website called Down Detector. Maybe you want to check that site. And then I guess this also has a color. Yeah, just do one color. Hello, Almera. Very similar. Yeah. Just missing one letter. And then I suppose this would be an array of series. I do have a need to point to each series, be able to remove a series, change information, which I guess would just be like, I guess I'll just keep it simple. What else would I need? I'm thinking about representations essentially either being a scatter plot or a line. I don't think I need to get that advanced. I think I know for a fact that I'm just doing lines. All right, now how could I draw this? Maximum size, minimum size. Has point. Get rect, get screen position. In the coordinate system, the containing, I guess the issue right now is that I need to know how I'm going to draw this and like staying in my boundaries, or what that even means. And I'll probably just be drawing lines. The from in two positions defined in local space. So is that like 0 to 1? Draw a multi-line. Multiple disconnected lines. Okay, I don't really want to do that. I'll just do draw line. Space. What does it mean, local space? How does this do it? In local space. (2D screen space). Turns the 2D coordinate in the viewport a rectangle. I'll just do this and run it really quick, because I don't know what these are. They're in pixel coordinates. Okay. Pixel coordinates. And then I suppose the rectangle is just the full screen. Wait, what? How does this work? That's weird. It actually just says draw and it just puts it there. Where does it draw to? I guess in Node 2D, when it says draw, it just draws to the active camera or the active viewport. Or I guess the next, it draws to the viewport, the next containing viewport, which in this case is just window. So I get the entire window as the rectangle. Okay. So then I'm size. So do I do get size or do I do get rect? It's a funny function name. The position and size. If rotation is not the default rotation, the resulting size is not meaningful. What? The resulting size is not meaningful. Am I just doing get size? Okay, let's say a circle. Oh, that doesn't exist there. Okay. What do I want to draw it? Yeah, how would I draw this? I guess each part knows everything, right? Each part knows everything. Yeah, each part knows everything, so each part can make its own graph. Do I have debug? I have no debug. I guess I'll just do this here. No, I think I do just want the debug section. It's like group. Yeah. I don't see why this needs to call out that anything has changed. This can just be checked. Debug. Yeah, debug motors. Just motor. Let's call it that. So Part 3D has this resource. This, I guess, can just run in I have to make sure that when this runs, this will keep updating. Mostly just to say, like, to delete or show the chart, and I guess I can just delete it whenever it's disabled. So I'll keep a motor chart, debug draw chart. No. Yeah, I believe updates always run and then I get solve later. I'll just do this for now because I don't know if I'm going to have anything else. I guess I'll just hide it if it exists. If it exists and it is visible, hide it. That's a little bit annoying. Writing this twice, but that is pretty annoying to write that twice. I'll make a function. I think update debug motor. Well, okay, so usually what it is that I'd make a call. I make a call to it. I make a function that contains all the showing and hiding, but let me just say this. Just update his visibility every time like that. Okay. Well, that's set up. Right. The angles are computed for me. So chain 3D up here. Set up motor velocity calls. I mean, I guess I can just do in setup. Or I could just have a set on these. So when the value is set, I know that an update has happened or a new frame has happened. So I can start putting data in there. Well, I guess not really a new frame, but setup will call. I can set some Boolean, and then when the next set comes in for these, I do something, and then there is part should have What? Chain 3D. Okay, it actually loads it from here. I was thinking right here is where I would know the result, but I mean, I guess it's just kind of like every frame, isn't it? Whenever I get the new frame, the present value was my last frame's expectation. The new value is the real result. I mean, I guess that's all. That's all that is. So I can just start adding data here. And I would just need like an index track or something. Well, I guess I don't really need an index track. I can just say to add something and that it can just increment like an x-axis. Okay. So whenever I call setup, I guess I can do it at the bottom. I set this to true, and then the very first time I call solve motor velocity, I'll just set it to false. Have a early return. Just set to false there, I think. If debug motor next frame and debug motor chart, then I can say I'm thinking of providing numeric indexes. Maybe it would be nice to provide a string name index. Probably not. Probably preferable that I just have integer indexes here, so they can be in any order. I don't have to worry about managing that. I could just write. I mean, I guess if it's a chart. What's smarter? If I were to pass the chart around, then it would be preferable that I don't have to manage the indexes. I just give a variable and it can set that index for me. So yeah, I'll just stick with that. I'll stick with it. Debug motor. And I actually need two. Velocity in, angle out. And then there was a fifth one. The fifth one was the desired. I suppose I could put them next to the values. Have the NID, debug motor chart. I could do append a series. I could also just make it that when the update happens here, or yeah, during update. I could have a function that'll construct the chart and then I don't have to worry about managing the IDs anymore. Or writing the double line. So if I don't have a debug chart and both these are turned on, I will set up. Okay. I don't know where to put it. I'll just put it at the very bottom. Do like create series, and I guess the inputs would be probably a color, and then I don't know. I'll just write this all out. Just do all that. And then I might do insert, probably. I provide the series ID. This is joint velocity in. And I would like it to be as simple as possible for me to just say, hey, I don't have an X axis, so I don't really care what the X axis looks like. Just add some data point. So we just add these. The out would be joint velocity, and then velocity target would then have been desired motor velocity. All of that. This one's going to be really simple, really similar, and simple. Add the current value, which is the input, and the output was the current value. Add the new value as the in, and the current value as the out. Really simple. Okay. And I mean, technically, that's all I really need to do. Though I need to somehow make it so that when these run, they need to it needs to synchronize the minimax for all of these values so they stay in sync. So when I look at the overlay, I can just say, oh, this value is below this one, and their ratios are correct. So how can I do that? Hey, the hawk in what language is this? It's basically Python. It's GD script. It's just like a modification to Python. It's really similar. How do I want to do this? Because I have to get the max between all three of these. I have to get the min between all three of these. Debug motor chart. I guess the chart has to know every time. So even if I set like scale to be infinity, it has to actually know. So I could say like I don't need to worry about the x. The y is what matters. I know for a fact the x will always be lined up. So I guess I could say... I don't know, does packed vector array have like... Um, which one am I called? The range? Yeah, it's like range and domain. Though range is a keyword. I mean, I guess if I know that I'm adding these 3 values, then I don't need to do anything else. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can just do this. Well, no. Because the minimum could be more than this, so I still have to know. How about this? How about this? Data range vector 2 debug motor chart get range, and then I can provide, I don't know, just like multi get range. I can get a range of a single series ID, or I can get a range of multiple series IDs. But range multi, just, I don't like that name. Get range. Get range, and I'll just provide a single ID, or I could say get range for get range combined. Does Godot have... I don't think Godot has this. Does Godot have... What is it called? Something... I don't know. There's like a spread operator, parameters. I don't know what that is. What happened? Wait, what happened? I heard the noise, but then nothing... What happened? Okay, that was Rito's laggy, now it shows. Thanks for following the Hawken. They think yes? Okay, I think it's just confused. Okay, well, it does not. So I guess I have to pass the array. This is velocity in target. All of those, and then I just want to set the ranges. So debug, motor chart. Why is it doing this? Is this like laggy? That's got to be laggy. That's just so strange. Yeah, that window's screwed up. Is my computer okay? I just closed this window and it's still sitting here. Close. I can't close the window. Wow, yeah, that's really bad. Okay, that's like crashed or something. Jeez, Twitch is struggling. What was that? Okay. Yeah, that window was like crashed or something. I haven't seen that before. Set range. Though this does feel a little bit excessive, so maybe I just say, yeah, you know, I feel like this one just feels sync ranges, and this is just the method that does all that for me. So I call insert and it will, and then I have to run this because the data changes. Yeah, that feels really nice. Maybe it should be more like sync scale, because I probably also mean to line up the domains and the range, though I know that the domains are always going to match. The trailing commas. Okay, and I think it's pretty much all the API that I need there. So debug chart. I have create series, which will have all optional parameters, and it returns an integer ID. I don't know if I want scale first or color first. You know, I probably want like initial data. Initial data first. Do I? I can probably just like have a function that will set it. Yeah, because I think typically you're setting it up, you don't actually have any data yet. And it's a rare case that you have data. But you probably do know a size and a color. Well, a scale and a color that you might want. It's going to complain about it. I can't use it. They need to have defaults, so vector to infinity. And then I'd probably say transparent. My idea is that I check to see if the alpha is 0. Or if it is, okay, also I actually hate that transparent is like that, so never mind. I'm going to do my own transparent, which is transparent black, which is exactly what transparent should be. Transparent should be black. It matters. And then if it is equivalent to transparent black, then I use a default, which is to like go through some list and pick a new color. Does append? No. Series scale and then color. Check that. Hey, Danilin. This VRM animation program requires OpenAI API. Yeah? The one that you sent to me? I couldn't really read any of it, but I saw in the text OpenAI. I was like, oh, okay. So it uses something else. I actually want static. Can I write static const? Yeah, you don't like that. Static var preset color list. I don't know, the first color should probably be like some kind of blue, right? Dodger blue. And then I go for red. Blue, red. Probably not green next. Probably like... What? I'm just thinking about like color blindness. I really wish I knew better what like a series of some initial colors is. That's fine for that. I don't know. I'll just pick like a really intense yellow. I'll do goldenrod, because I see it uses all of them. And then I can probably jump to like maybe some kind of gray. Dark gray. Probably like a pink color. Orchid. Yellow was the next color. Some kind of yellow. Okay, goldenrod and orchid are like identical. Wait, what? Hang on a second. They have fuchsia and magenta. These are the same color. Why would they do that? What was the first color I used? I used Dodger blue. Guess I could try dark cyan. A bright green. a bright green. They do not have enough green colors. Or all their green colors are just the same color. They're all like dim. You got the 8 colors. It's supposed to be vector 4. Okay. And then you just do series list, append, series, return ID. Okay, so there's create series, and then I want to do insert, which I gave the series ID, and yeah, I guess just a value. And I guess you can do like check ID. So I don't have to write the code every time, but I kind of would just like to write the code every time, so why not? You know what? Let me allow it to fail. Let me allow for that to fail. Because it's going to check it anyway, and it's probably preferable that this would like print an error in the log. And then you can trace it. So I obtain the series. I get the last element. Is X really not a thing for controls? there's insert, and then I have... Is it sync scale that I called it? Yeah. Hello, Tween Dobry. I do not know Russian. Would you kindly translate it for me? If you continue typing, I'm going to ban you. Use English, please. Hello, by the way, from the Russians. Yes, hello. What are you writing? I am trying to set up a debug chart so I can see stuff. So the only website doesn't have a translation tool. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to set that up. Because the issue is on the video, it's just going to be, I'd have to read it out loud every time, or I have to go to my browser and manually translate it every time. That's just gonna, I won't be able to do anything if I'm doing that. Okay, so I have the series to scale. Let me go with this. Think about the name of this variable. I guess I'll call it combined scale. I'll start at 0. Do this. Because I don't want to keep calculating every time because that's how that works. Well, I guess that actually doesn't. Whatever. Yeah, actually, you know, that's probably just like an optimization that I should not be making. I obtain it. Get true scale. I could do like get data range. Get data bounds. That seems kind of right to me. X will be equal to the smaller value between... I can split them up so that they are... Yeah, I'll say combine them in to starting at 0. Combined max. Combined min with I'll just do it. I've got the combined scale, and then I will just do same thing again. I mean, I think I need to do get data bounds because scale can be set to infinity, which means it will... that scale won't... It has to stay as infinity so that it knows it needs to calculate it every time. Though I suppose maybe it's just better if there was a Boolean that said auto scale. So every time it adds a new data point, it can just say, do I change or not? No, because I think infinity, well, okay. I think what it is that if scale is infinity, then I don't know. Okay. Leave it like that for now. So this obtains it, this sets it. If it is infinity, then it's auto scale. Yeah. Right, and then I have get data bounce. Now, there's no way that I can know if that has been changed, unfortunately. So I just have to recalculate it every time. And then for drawing, I have no clue. Art 3D. So when I set up the debug chart, I don't have a canvas to draw to. I guess debug draw can have the canvas, or like a container that's just stretched to fill the entire screen, and then I can just access that and add my chart to it somewhere. It is a case that I need to make it so that I kind of have like a container that this chart will go to, and then if I add new charts, it will sort of go left to right. Or have some kind of organization that I can specify that. Like if I say add something to the bottom left, it's going to add it to that spot. Maybe it's like I have a header bar, a footer bar, and then a left and a right bar. And when I add, they just go into those spots as like just some normal layout, left to right. But this is a Node 2D. Well, okay, it's a Node 2D, but I am able to just add a canvas layer. And maybe I can just do that. Maybe I can just add a canvas layer and add an element with a certain name and access that thing by name. And this can just be yeah. And it could be like a static thing. How does canvas layer work? I can set the layer. I can say follow viewport. Maintains its position in world space. What does that mean? What? Okay, I don't worry. I do not need to worry about that. I do not need to worry about that. Um, yeah, because I'm just setting it up one time. And when I call get layer, I just have it. It'll make it for me if it doesn't exist. And I think I kind of want... I'm trying to remember when I can do stuff. I cannot add siblings in the ready function. But I guess I can do like an await process frame. Or do a one-off. Let me just have a queue. Why do I keep trying to write list? If get parent is node ready. Wait, what did I say? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do this. Whoops. Close that. Don't save. Right. And then process. I suppose the first thing I probably do is just check if there's anything in the add queue. Okay. So I will do that. Then I want to hello Nico address. Get commit M. Your streams are cool. Thank you. Send me $20. No, I won't do that. I've got to get food. I should probably go get something now. No, I'm not sending you money. Now I forgot what I was doing. Right, I need to get a layer and add a grid container and into the grid container, place the chart. All that. So obtain a layer, and then I have it. Now I want to find a grid container. Pattern for the name, and then create a new one. Debug layer, add child. Okay. Now I have it, and then I want to do motor chart grid, add child, debug motor chart. Should be it. I suppose I could give it the name. That's probably fun. Yeah, I'll just leave it, it's whatever. Add that. Do canvas layers have... They do have visible. Okay. So I'm going to make it so that this is stored. Whoa. Debug layers that, do all that, and then in updates, debug layer has to also update visibility. There. Listen to David Goggins. Why? Why do I need to do that? Why should I do that? Not need. Still checking debug motor chart. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna put this higher up because this is kind of... He is so good. Okay. I don't think that answers my question though. I hate that this does that. Alright, so I add the layer. I have it stored. I grab the child. If it doesn't have it, I add it. And then I put the debug motor chart into the motor grid. And then I can worry about how things position later. So now the grid is inside of a thing. Now I just have to figure out how to draw. So this goes to canvas item, which has draw, which uses draw line. Draw a line in local space. So I have to figure out the width of everything. Essentially, I need to convert my data points. Okay, I'll just do this. I'll make methods and I will say like, Alright, let me see this. I actually did do this because he is the black man you will never be. Yeah, I'm not black. So. This will stay there, and then I want to actually have... No. What do I... Okay. I can just say that whenever I call inserts, Q redraw. That one's pretty simple. Sync scale, Q redraw. Those are all pretty simple. Okay. And then I can just call Q redraw on the chart directly if I ever modify something directly and I'm like, all right, you need to redraw. Okay, so this will say I need to go through each series list and then I need to draw the series. So draw series. I think I probably just say like, yeah, you know, I think I probably just provide the data, the scale, and the color. Oh, and then when I insert, I have to check. Yeah, I'll just always update it. Small value between the current scale and the new value. It does sort of have a problem where if auto scale is set and I were to add things in a strange order, I mean, it just means the scale doesn't. Okay, let me say create scale. Min-max, min-max. Right. So the very first time it runs, it will absolutely apply the scale correctly for auto scale. That does kind of suck. Okay. Draw a series. I provide, I think, just the points. And I provide the points. I provide the scale. And I provide a rectangle. Position. Size. Okay, that's my idea. And then I'll put all the draw functions down here. Okay. So then what happens is I think I need to get food. Essentially the X and the Y of the data tell me I use the bounds to check if it's in range. And I guess I convert that to a 0 to 1. So 0 means it's at the start, 1 means it's at the end. And then I use that conversion and multiply that by the region size and add the position. And that's where I draw. It will be okay. So it'll be no. How do I map? How do I map? The first thing I have to do is I have to get it relative. So not just like a map. In start stop, out start stop. I guess the in start stop is the minimum x, the maximum x, and the out start stop is 0, 1, right? Okay, no, I've got it. So it should be point x minus bounds x. And this would be divided by domain. And then if the domain is 0, what does that mean? I should handle that. Because it's like if the domain is 0, then I'm just checking if it matches, if the point x is equivalent to that. And if it is, then I just will draw it in the same place. Um, let me put this. Oh, let me just say this. Yeah, less than or equal to 0. Then I would just check if it's there. I also kind of need the thing to like clamp segment. Don't I have a clamp? Yeah. How exactly does that work? Clamp segment. Both points are in. One point is outside. Intersect planes. Returns a new point. This one is so loud. I gotta fix that. I'm just gonna skip for now. I want to use that song, but it's just so loud. You know what? Actually, maybe it just doesn't fit. Every time I hear it, I feel like it just doesn't fit. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop it. I feel like it doesn't fit. Okay. Intersect planes. Planes. It's probably like Geometry 3D or something. I was thinking, okay, I just need to map it first, and then I can clamp it. Just map it first. Domain is less than or equal to 0. I guess I just say local point x will be equal to point x. If the domain is 0, the domain is always going to be 0. Yeah, you know, let me just say 0.5. Otherwise, local point x is going to be okay. This is going to be the same way here. You don't let me allow negatives because I feel like negatives could be fun. To like invert a chart or something. Okay, so I get the local point, and then I need to clamp. Well, I mean, I have local point and last point, so I just want to say if is first. Just set it to that. Continue. Turn it off. Continue. I'll just make a function do this because I think I need to do it at least twice. Well, maybe I don't need to. I was thinking about what happens if I only draw 1 point. But then that 1 point kind of needs to be a scale point. If I have 1 point, I really just need to check if it's inside of the bounds. So I'll just check that. If it is, then I draw the point. If it's not, then I don't draw it. There's no clamping at all. If I have 2 points, I always want to clamp to check. The line between the 2 points has to intersect the bounds. Which just means taking that line segment. If it intersects any of the boundaries, then it should be inside. But that's only if neither point is inside. Let me see if Rec 2 probably has a bunch of this stuff, right? Encloses, has points, I can pass up points. Points on the right and bottom edges are not included. Segment intersects segment. Variant. Check if 2 line segments intersect, line A, line B. The point of the intersection returns that vector 2. Okay. I'll think about that next. I just need to write. Well, no, this is the part that I'm doing. I am checking to see if the segment from this scaled point to the last scaled point intersect the bounds. Whoa. Whoa. That's a lot of birds. That is so many. Should count that. "12 birds. Family of 12 birds is walking by right out my window. I think they noticed me because they stopped when I moved. Bro, he is looking at me. He is so suspicious. He's taking slow steps and tipping his head sideways. Jeez. Okay. And when windows open, I know that they can barely see me though. So when I moved, they all stopped. We're like, what was that? Bounds. Essentially, I'm drawing like a rectangle. So I'll start with bounds the minimum x and the minimum y. Max y. Max x, min y. Okay. Those are the boundary segments. So I guess the idea is that if either a point is not in the bounds, essentially if their scaled coordinate is greater than 1 or less than 0, then I need to clamp. And then when they are clamped, if they both share the same x coordinate or both share the same y coordinate, then they're just outside. Well, no. I think it needs to be that they need to be greater than 0. If they're greater than 0, no clamping. No, because I still have to make sure I'm not going to draw like a line on the edge or anything like that. Okay. I'll do last clamped point. And then I just clamp this point. Well, I guess it'll actually be like clamped B. So less than 0, greater than 1, I need to clamp it. From A to A. Well, I guess I have to know where it goes then, right? Okay. It's just that I'm always going to be like redoing it every time. No, I can't have a clamp point because I just don't know where that is. I have to have a scaled point. Segment from and to. Oh, wow. I'm actually really dumb. Because of how the scaling works, I don't need this like that at all. It's just 0 to 1. How do I... Zero, 0 to 0, 1. 0, 1 to 1, 1. And then 1, 1 to 1, 0. Like this? I need 0, 0, 0, 1. 0. I think there's a clever way to write it. Because otherwise I just write it all out every time. Which I mean isn't so bad. But it's how? How could I write this out in a way that's not dumb? Just bring it back. I don't know, I just don't want to like keep making it over and over again. I'll try to like that then. If either point is outside, I have to find two intersections. No. If point A is outside, I need to find point A's directional intersection. So maybe it's more like if it's to the left and below the point, if it's to the left of and below, it's like I'm checking a specific segment that it can interact with, or two that it can interact with. If it's to the left and below, it can only interact with. I just intersect both and see which one it intersects with. If it's left and above, I intersect both, see which one it's with. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get food now. I'll be back. Hello, I'm back. I've got food, and I'm going to eat. I'll be back. I'm back. One second. Okay. It pretty much looks like this is saying is over a plane. I believe is over means it's basically outside. So, if the x is less than 0, then that means the segment I could intersect with is the left side. If the y is greater than 1, then I could only intersect with the top side. That's the idea, right? So if either one of these is outside, I have to there's a very large shadow that just went by, like a bird shadow. Very large bird shadow. What do I need? What do I need? I need essentially going from the prior point to the next point, its first intersection in the area, if it's outside. And those intersections could only be in... It should only be intersecting one plane. One border. Right? If it doesn't intersect any border, then I can say immediately, this segment doesn't even render, so I can skip the segment. So, okay. I'll make it easy. If the x I would like to do both at the same time. Definitely like the return stuff is going to be nice. So I'll make it a function. Lab segment, it'll be pretty similar to this one. Clamp segment start end. It'll be a clamp series segment. I mean, yeah, I guess I just return a vector 4. I don't need to return an array. Say I want to produce I can produce up to 2 segments, or yeah, 2 bounds to check for each one. Okay. Starting x is less than 0. Then I will attempt to intersect it with the left. Just immediately. I'll just do that immediately. Is vector 2? There's down, left. What is left? Okay. I was wondering if I could use any of those. I can't. I'd have to like scale them. I'm looking at this to see if I can simplify it down to a single function call. Okay, so start x is less than 0. This means it's definitely outside that left boundary, which means it can either intersect with the left boundary, the top, or the bottom. Assuming the other point is... Assuming the segment actually passes through. If the segment does not pass through, then it couldn't intersect the other one of these anyway, so don't worry about that. It has to pass through segment. This changes the value of the y here. That's what this changes. There's there's a special case here where the starting y, if it's not less than 0, actually, yeah, that handles it. Because if the y is within the boundaries, then that means it should... Essentially, the only thing that it could intersect with, not essentially, literally the only thing it should be able to intersect with is that left wall. So if the y is within range and it doesn't intersect the left wall, then it's not, the segment's not visible. Because, you know, just imagining like placing a point here and drawing a line and then moving this point around, moving this point around. If it passes through, it would pass through absolutely the left wall somewhere. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't intersect at all. If it doesn't, then it doesn't have a visible part at all. So I can just do the point equal null there. Simplified a little bit there. I suppose I can just check right away if all of these are in range. Would be end minus start. I'm trying to think of like what's the length of the smallest thing that could be rendered on the largest possible size. Maybe I shouldn't even check that. Maybe I should just, yeah. I'll just say does not pass the boundary. So I won't even check that. Does this really not have an intersect thing? It's really annoying. Wait a second. I think there's a lot simpler way to do this. There is the intersect polyline with polygon. Technically, I can just pass something really simple there, and I get back 2 points. Something like that, but I kind of don't trust it. So I still have to check that these are. I still have to check the case that every single point is inside is in the right place. Well, now I think the idea is that if start x is less than the end x, then I must be intersecting with the left wall. With either the left wall or the top or the bottom or whatever. Well, I mean, it just means that I should check a left wall intersection. So at this point, I know that at least one of these points is outside. So I could have one intersection or I could have two intersections. And ideally, I would just check 2 times. Well, I would do 4 checks. I just don't trust this one because I don't think it's... no. Oh no. I don't know which way I should do it. The thing is, I can't guarantee that start is to the left of end. Start could be to the right of end. Yeah, wow. It's hitting me. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna be quiet. Think out loud if I want to, but All right. I've got a line. I've got a line. There's lines. This is the middle left femur. Whoa! Whoa! Lag. Is that legit lag? Okay. I was going to stop it there, but I actually got to fix that. How can I fix that? Can I get a, no. This one. What could be so slow here? This draw is called what? What? Why are there 10 draw calls? Okay, well, first of all, that's the problem. Is that there's 10 draw calls for some reason in a single frame. That can't be right. I don't understand that. Is it because I'm calling draw lines so many times? Honestly, that might be it. The clamp series segment does take a lot of time as well. We'll do this first. I'll make this be a single draw polyline. What happens if when it hits the edge? It doesn't go outside. Next point that draws goes from there to the outside. And it says, okay, we need to clamp this one. So it clamps it. And then I say, all right, well, I left. So I need to draw that full line. Being brave. Tough. It randomly creates a 10 gigabyte file. Okay. You know, were you trying to download something that was 10 gigabytes? If this is true, it will intersect the left wall first. So I should check that. And then if it doesn't intersect the left wall, then the only other alternative is that it intersects the top or bottom wall. Should opening it automatically created 2 5 gigabyte files. Can't be downloaded, it just stays there forever until reboot or deleting the file. I mean, I know that with Windows, Windows will create page files. Which, I don't know. Is that Windows? I don't know if you use Windows or not. If it's Windows, then every browser does that. I think, generally. But you can turn it off. It's a default because they expect that your system just has not very much memory. So they don't even touch memory. They just make page files right away. Okay, so start as less than or equal to 0, or less than 0. Then I should just immediately check the left wall. I guess I know that I can only intersect. I could only possibly intersect the left wall if this was true. And yeah, I mean, Is it a case that if both of these are less than 0? Yeah, then that's impossible. If both their x coordinates are that, then they could not possibly enter the boundaries. So know for a fact that it's possible that it can intersect the left wall. And if it does, I return point. Wasn't there a DDR4, DDR5 to M2 adapter? Are you serious? Dude. It's... No. RAM cannot be used as storage. RAM can be used as temporary storage. Okay. That does not mean it can be used as storage. It's like asking, why can't I use a speaker as a book? You unplug the speaker, stops playing sound. If you don't actively play sound, it doesn't play sound. It's like saying, why is there not a speaker to a... Dude. Why can't I mount TMP on RAM? Then I would assume that's because the operating system just handles that. Or I guess the CPU or whatever handles that. I'm sure it is not literally like saying, hey RAM, give me set address this to this, versus the same thing as a disk, where it's like set block to this. It's not the same thing. Dude, Dylan, this is so dumb. You're making such a dumb art. If you want a book, use a book. If you want a speaker, use a speaker. You are rammed on it. I mean, what you're suggesting is just ridiculous. The reason why I would assume that temp can be used like that is because the assumption is when you drop the handle, it goes away. When it reboots, it goes away. That's why. Not unlike physical storage where, I mean, even still in physical storage, you don't You don't save a handle, you save like a file path, and you keep track of the file path. There's no file path in that sense. You're given a handle, and when you relinquish the handle, whatever you had written there is gone. You can't re-access it. That's why you could have. That's why you're allowed to have temp there, because that's the purpose of it. It is sort of intended that it's memory. I would be skeptical that the operating system would allow you to access something using a name or something like that from temp after you have like closed the file handle. I would be surprised. Because that would be like, that would essentially be like saying, like dropping a pointer, I guess. Or I don't know. Maybe they handle a little bit differently where it stays alive until the application that created it is freed up. You said you can mount it to RAM, right? So does that mean the operating system reserves a portion of RAM and keeps that RAM the same until it turns off? Or does it clear it after an application closes? Or does it really treat it like RAM and clear it as soon as you like close the file handle? What you're suggesting is having an adapter, like a hardware adapter. And I'm saying that doesn't make any sense. Because it's not the same thing. The operating system is still reserving a place in memory. When it is memory, it still reserves it as memory. It's not like Linux just says, "Oh yeah, it's on the RAM now," and doesn't do anything different to handle that. It definitely does something different. That's still a difference between, I would assume, like, I mean, I'm not even gonna, I don't exactly know that, but in one case there's absolutely an allocation, and in the other case there is just a direct access, a direct read. You just know that it's there. Because when the computer turned on, it said, "Oh yeah, here's the storage, here's the size of it, here's the portion you have access to." Adapter to use on the GPU port. Dude. I'm pretty sure the GPU is not literally a memory stick. Pretty sure it's not literally a memory stick. And you're saying, you're not saying D, you're saying M2. What are you talking about? You're making me mad. I'm not opening links right now. I'm not. Like, I should be stopping at 4. It's 4:40. No. And I just think what you're suggesting is just fundamentally ridiculous because you're just going to end up with more problems. Because if something is accessing it and anticipating that the thing is going to stay there for like a little bit of time, and you're accessing it using a file path and not a memory address, that's the thing. You fear being wrong. Again, the GPU is not literally a memory stick. You don't talk to the GPU by saying, hey, memory address 255. That's not how you talk to the GPU. That's not how you talk to a storage device. You don't just say address please and get like a kilobyte back or whatever the size is. That's how you talk to memory. So when you say, oh, but you can mount temp on memory stick, that's because the operating system handles that for you. You give the system a file path and it converts that to a memory address, accesses it and pulls it for you. And if it doesn't exist, then it basically creates this virtual file system on memory. Adaptrent. Okay, because it's the port. We're not talking about an operating system running software to abstract something away. You're talking about a physical port that doesn't have that capability. You could do it if you like created your own hardware that talked on that kind of port, and then it would say, okay, well, I have memory, so I'm just going. I mean, that's literally what the GPU does. It's effectively temporary memory. And you can access it using descriptors by saying like, hey, here's a texture. And it gives you essentially a handle to that. So you can use that handle to write and read to the texture. Right? That's the thing. That's the difference. All that's happening in software. There's no way for me to say, doesn't work. You would need not only the hardware, but some software to support that. And if software is thinking that it's always talking to a port that has certain capabilities, then it's going to talk to it with those capabilities. I need this. No, I think you need this. Also, what do you mean Linux? We're not talking about Linux. We're talking about literally the fundamental construction of a computer. We're talking about hardware. It does not matter what operating system it is. The operating system still sees that port type. It doesn't see memory, it sees that. I can't remember what it's actually called. When it sees memory, it talks to it as memory. When it sees GPU, it talks to it like it's a GPU. There's no, you need the hardware, the bridge hardware that you plug in to have software onto it to do whatever conversion it is. And then it kind of just has to ignore a bunch of things because, like I said, there's going to be expectations like, oh, okay. Convert RAM restored. That's the thing. There's going to be expectations that says, hey, the file just like vanishes, right? And it doesn't, the operating system doesn't expect that to be happening because it's supposed to be managing that. Or it might ask it to do things that are just really difficult for RAM to do. that storage can do easily, or the other way around. It asks it to do something as if it was storage, and then it's like, okay, well, I'm actually not storage, so now it's going to be difficult for me to do. You're ridiculous. So you want to convert RAM, you want to treat RAM as permanent storage, and then you want to use temporary storage on your permanent storage that is actually temporary storage. What are you talking about? You're adding layers to this. You're saying you want to mount temporary storage onto permanent storage, but the permanent storage is actually memory. Just do it directly to your memory. You don't need to convert them. I want to be able to use RAM as temporary storage. Didn't you just say you can do that? Then what do you do? What do you say? Dan, I'm gonna stop the stream because of you. I'm literally gonna leave. You're rage baiting me. You were just telling me that you're able to do that. And now you're saying, okay, but I want to do that with extra steps. Use other ports for that. That's what I'm saying, because the operating system has software to say, oh, I'm interpreting memory. I really am memory, but my interface is disk and file paths. So I'm going to convert the file paths to that and then access the memory. Oh, you want this file path? I have the key value to that. I know that this file path is this memory address. Here you go. That's because it knows it's talking to memory. So like I said, if it goes to the GPU and says, hey, GPU, I want you to draw something. And the GPU is like, well, technically I'm not a GPU. I'm just some memory. So it just will ignore that, is what I'm saying. There are going to be broken expectations that just nothing will happen. And additionally, the operating system doesn't know it's talking to memory. So that thing needs to run software on it to do the conversions. So then I'm saying, just like, I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense. I think it's very much the case that because the operating system isn't aware of what's really going on, it just can't. It would be inconsistent. Silly Willy. Jeez. I still think my explanation my metaphor, the concept of saying, I want to treat my speaker like a book. That's the idea. I'm pretty sure that one just holds. Not even getting into the details of like, what does that even mean? That's like, it is just that ridiculous. You can't. Like, you have to have some procedure to even begin to tackle what you even mean by that. Because there are many more questions than just saying, oh, well, it's just temporary storage. Is there not a way to like make this easy? I guess you could say this: if the end x is greater than start x, and the end x is less than 0, then there's no way that it could enter the area. Write the ifs out this way. Otherwise, the end precedes start. So then if wait, hang on. If n is greater than start x, then if end x is less than 0, or start x is greater than 1, then we're definitely outside. So it's 3 checks to stop. Otherwise, I know that they are the same or equal. The same or start as after x, after end. So then The end x is less than start x, less than or equal to start x. So it means if start x is less than 0, or end x is greater than 1, same thing. Okay. So this point I can definitely be sure that a boundary is crossed. Either a boundary is crossed or they are both within the area. So if end is greater than start, end is after 0, and end is definitely after 0, and start is definitely okay. Start to end. Out here is not possible because start would be greater than 1. Back here is not possible because end would be less than 0. So they either cross a boundary or they're both inside. They cross a boundary, they're both inside of the x. So there, if I flip it around, start is over here, end is here. If start was less than 0, it's not possible. Or end is greater than 1, then it's not possible. Guess then I'm gonna check the y. How does this prevent this from being true? Because I think I thought I just wrote that this should prevent this from being true. This prevents that from being true. Clouding improves if you tell it to not hallucinate. I mean, we've known this for a while. Don't make mistakes really helps. I've also heard that threatening its mom or grandma, someone, also helps. Though I'm suspicious now if that's probably been patched out because I used it recently and I saw certain trends that makes me think it would just disagree with you and say, I don't have a mom, what are you talking about? That kind of thing. If start is less than 0, how can I guarantee that this wouldn't have happened? If start is less than 0, then it must not have hit this, because it would have ended there. Using AI is shameful. I always... It's like... I finally found Norma. Hey, R1. What are you talking about you found Norma? It's like eating a food that you don't like, you know? You should try it once in a while to, you know, just check. Be sure that you definitely don't like it. Same thing with that. I check it once in a while to see, and I really mess with it. You think you did. You want to explain what that means? So start was less than 0, then that means for a fact we didn't check this. So we must have checked here. This must have passed, which prevents end from being less than 0. Okay. So that saves. A zenless zone 0 character. I mean, I've been asking, like, who is Norma? Jesus, Phantom is just such a terrible website. Holy fuck. You know, it just feels like the way that the site is cluttered, it feels like those memes where they say, I don't know what it was from. It might have been like Ready Player One or something like that. That movie. Where at some point they said, we figured out that we can cover about 70% of the visual screen with ads before players start, like, getting motion sickness or something. I don't know. It was something funny like that. I feel like that's what Phantom does. How much crap can we put all over the screen covering the content before you just don't even use the website? No idea why I remember what Yulia said. Says it all the time. He's always like, how's Norma? And I'm like, who is Norma? I don't know who that is. I guess we found out who that is. So I have to check the Y. I guess I just do the same thing. The end Y is greater than the start Y. Then if then Y was less than 0, or mean, I wonder if I can do this check up there then. Because this does kind of handle all of that. Well, no, because I'd be checking it twice when I would definitely only have to check it once. It continues here. It's just that I'm copying this every time. Copying this. Well, how does that even make sense? I feel like that doesn't even make sense. If I am exiting, then I will draw it every time. Maybe I don't have to do this. Draw for a quick minute to show the details of Norma. Head off for bed. Alright, yeah. Sleep well. I mean, I guess, like, I don't have to do that, do I? Or like, if I feel like in this case, if I would draw a line on the border, then I stop there. I make it a break. But otherwise, in these cases, it's like the start and end do not create a segment. I don't know, but it's still like it's still like I'm making a break. I don't know, I gotta stop now. I've been tired for a while, and I kept going. And now it's past time, so I'll call it there. Yeah. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.